Hello, what's happening, everybody? Hope you're having a beautiful and amazing day. Very happy to be here for our 18th day of fragMas. It's going to be an awesome one. We had so much fun with Nova Drift yesterday. We're going to head right back in. I got a few more builds I want to try here with this new sanctuary setup and maybe some other things too. What's up, Gastov, Psych7, good to see you. Sofameyer, Gatorbot, good to see you. Op Newell, Nate D313, Jean Joviak, Stonalot, Dr. DK, Pojo Dan, Garanga, Melody Bunny, Shaw 696. Yep, we had our highest score ever by almost 750,000 yesterday with that hidden power reflex shield. Probably going to do a similar build to that a little bit later, but for now I would like to try to get charged railgun going inside Sanctuary. That's my idea. Okay, so it's going to be either Courser or Battery here. What's going on? Oh, I disabled this. Okay, so do here, and then this is like that. Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, no railgun here. You know, honestly, a missile build could be interesting. Let's roll, though, and get the railgun going. Okay, here's Orbital. It's the one we want. Boop. Okay. Firefly, Courser, or Battery. So neither of the ships I want are here. That's fair. That's fair. Yo, Gandy 225, thanks so much for 47 months. One more for 4 years indeed. Thank you. Well, I'm going to go for Battery here. Battery is super awkward in the early game with Railgun, but it gets really powerful around the time you get Warp Shot Charge Mites. It's also a ship that does not need to take Volley, so that's one thing we can cut here. Grandeur, I don't think I can take minus thrust on this ship just yet. Okay, shield durability then. Definitely want some offensive picks like targeting early on this ship. Okay, there's targeting. There's also a piece of Warp Strike here. I'm going to take the piece of Warp Strike. The sooner we get to that threshold, the better. And honestly, the aiming on this ship is a little bit less awkward than it is on Courser for me. The 45-degree angle seems a little easier to manage than the directly left and right. That's just my brain. I don't think it's actually easier. Nor are we immune to dying here. Not even close. Alright, here's another piece of Warp Strike. Let's go. It's also a 20% damage increase for Railguns. That's nice. Hey there, Rabbit. What's up, Lawrence Forces? Beargo. Good to see ya. Okay, another piece of Warp Strike. Let's go. Pretty good cleaning those up. All right. Do I care about Deadly Wake on this one? I don't think I do. I want the other side. But at the same time, Deadly Wake is inoffensive and it gets us towards Warp Strike sooner. So, tempting. Let's go ahead and take Deadly Wake. It's not a bad mod, and it gives us this damage trail behind us. So, if things are chasing us, which is a pretty high percentage of the enemies, it gives us another source of damage. Definitely not a bad mod. Something that can maybe not be in the end build, but it's working towards our goal. Yo, Peachy Key Machine, thanks so much for 6 months. Appreciate that continuation, dude. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Let's go for Incendiary Strike here. And while we have this inefficient aiming system, at least when we hit stuff, it'll continue taking damage. Yo, Byko1, thanks so much for 19 months as well. Cruising. Thank you all for sharing this time and place on this awesome 18th day of fragMas. Ooh, that was a nice shot. Alright, mines are fine. Okay, targeting, let's go. Now my railguns kind of aim. Alright, barriers a piece of sanctuary, let's go for it. Am I auto-deploying mines right now? I am. Good. Yeah, this window looks alright, but probably not good enough. I'm not convinced I'm taking Omni Shields on this build because we're also not going to be going into Hidden Power, and we're not going Dying Star on this build either, so I think Omni Shield might be out. Though I'm not confident enough in that to say that we're going to drop it here. Minefield's probably worthwhile for loaded mines. Calibrate. Actually, Calibrate with Charge Shot is kind of a direct synergy here. Let's go ahead and do that. So the hope here is to build a large enough setup with loaded mines that I'm able to hang out in the sanctuary and charge my own railgun for bigger threats. That's the hope. That doesn't seem unreasonable. What's Evolutionary Niche do here? Okay, so it's damage and projectile size. That's pretty nice. Okay, Magnitude's going to be a must here. Oh, stonks. Nice. Station Omega's a good one for us. Incendiary Strike putting in the work. Okay, here's payload. So we're going to have to cut something in this build to take Sanctuary, and I believe what we're going to cut is fire rate. We'll see at the end of the build. We are not taking Omni Shield and some other stuff too, but I think what we're going to do is have low fire rate, so our charge up real slow, but should still have pretty adequate hits here. Yeah, 4 times Slipstream if we're going into Sanctuary actually makes a lot of sense on this ship, because it's already a slower hull ship to begin with. That's pretty tempting. Shield cooldown is almost certainly being taken as well. I'll probably end up taking Splinter, but before I do that, I'd like to see if we can possibly roll into a Ricochet here. You know, I'm going to take the 4 Slipstreams. I'm going to need to take Stabilization to get some brakes on this thing, but it should still be adequate. I think 4 Slipstream is actually a pretty comfortable amount of Slipstream to have. You just gotta know how to manage your momentum. This will definitely do it right here. So now we can tap the brakes. So our momentum gain is actually kind of nice, because when you're floating or drifting across, enemies are much less likely to be able to hit you. So a little bit of slippery momentum is a good thing. A lot can definitely be bad, especially if you don't have any mitigation. Yo, Trav from Oregon, thanks for 23 months. Thank you, thank you. That's also true. I agree, Rick. It's nicer to have this slippery momentum early on than later as an adjustment period. Okay, here's Blink, so now we have Warp Strike in the pool. We can get Warp Strike loaded mines. We're in a pretty smooth spot for a minute. Ooh, there's a Twin Strike here. Alright, well I think 1 Twin Strike makes a lot of sense. We're probably never going to see that mod again. I'm kind of glad I took the Slipstream before that showed up, because 4 times Twin Strike would put us at a significant defensive advantage. So it kind of changed the nature of the run, where this is alright. Alright, Blast Radius is a huge mod for this build, for Railgun in general. When we hit, we get this massive blast radius around stuff, so segmented enemies become a lot easier. And we start looking at a charge railgun. We'll eventually get to the point where the blast radius on the charge railgun is covering the entire screen. That's how powerful it can get. While it's not a lot of damage, it's enough. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if I am going charge railgun, like, propulsive munitions could actually be okay here, but at the moment it's pretty hard to manage. I'll keep this in mind as something we could possibly take later. Oh, okay. Additional pair for every 5 of your weapon projectiles. Are we at 5 right now with that Twin Strike? We are. Okay, so homing strike's probably pretty good. I want to see this change. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. That's a change in this Glistening update beta to homing strike. You now get an additional pair of homing strikes per 5 projectiles. That's nice. A lot of good uses for that. My shield's down, so I'm going to let it recover here before I finish this lad off. Yo-ho, Kelta, thanks for 24 months, 2 years already indeed. Thank you. Alright, here's loaded mines. Let's go. Yeah, those are some nice mines. We're getting a very nice pop there. Okay, Warp Strike is in the pool, so I'm tempted to fish for it, but let's just grab Kinetic Boost as part of the Sanctuary build we're going towards. Yes, red bar is HP, blue bar is our shield. Correct. Ooh, thanks, universe. All right, there's the other piece to Sanctuary. So now we have Sanctuary, and we have Warp Strike in the pool, and Weapon Masteries. So we'll be taking a lot of the super mods here shortly. Bottom line. Whoop. Be over here, thanks. We're going to be going the same direction as the orbs here. That's not going to happen. There we go. Got in there. Definitely not a one cycle here yet, but doesn't need to be. Before I take Charge Shot, I'd like to get my other super mods taken, so we're not having to constantly skip past the Charged Minds pick. Okay, super mod mastery is fine here. Weapon damage, projectile velocity, which is damage for us. Size, blast radius, rate of fire, you bet. Bunch of positive affixes for our weapons, don't mind if I do. Yeah. Okay, elegant construction is definitely something we're going to take. Agility is also super dope. Okay, don't need agility yet. Let's get faster mine construction. Railgun battery is such a treat. By the way, the beta we're in right now, the Glistening update, is the final update before this game gets to 1.0. This game's been in progress for, I think, almost 10 years now. Been massively improved since its conception, of course. I've been playing it personally for about... oh, man, this pick is tough, dude. I've been personally playing this game for about 3 years now, and it's just continued to get better and better. At the point I played the game initially, it was already incredible. It was just amazing. So this is really tough because this gets us 3 times wild mod. This mod improves our build a ton, and we probably will never see this mod again if we don't take it because it's a specialist mod. It's very unlikely. It's also very unlikely we see this, so... I'm a bit torn right now. Also, Sanctuary is great here. I think the correct call is Mind Specialist. I think we might be more likely to see Revelation than we are Mind Specialist again. What's nice about Mind Specialist is where this build's going is going to be a lot of damage from mines, and it improves the construct fire rate, which means we get more projectiles per mine. So it's a really huge offensive increase. Whereas Specialist has a small chance of rolling, and then it can be any of the Specialist mods. Could be Ally Specialist, Drone Specialist, Turret Specialist, Mine Specialist. Just a lot lower rate there. Alright, well, I like Discord Orbs. Let's go for that. Already have a considerable amount of wild mods as well, so that ain't gonna hurt. Uh-oh, biggie boy, hecky lad right here. Yes, also removes the other specialist mods in the pool. Great points. It's another upside to that mod. Less potential dead picks later. Dead options, rather. Okay, let's get back here. Okay, so here's Sanctuary. Ooh, Bravado as well. Oh, man. What does Bravado give for us? Look, this is base stats. It's going to give us a 12.5 hull. It's going to give us another 7.5 thrust. Body gear powers are improved by 15%. Okay, so we get 1.75% weapon damage and projectile size. Is that right? No, if 10% is 1.5, it's 2.25% weapon damage and projectile size. Less weapon spread, crash damage to targets, resist knockback. So on this ship, if you take this and get enough evolutionary niches, you can technically get more projectiles. I don't know if the upsides here are worth taking Bravado. I think I'm gonna do it anyways, because Mad Lad. Debating how mobility is going to work on the end of this. We'll see if battery can make this happen or not. Not convinced. Okay, it's hidden power. Let's take power reserves because we are going to go into charge shot, which will significantly reduce our thrust. And Sanctuary also reduces thrust by 30%. We're fighting a lot of reduced mobility on this build. Yeah. Might be using a roll here. I got 17 rerolls right now. Dang, dude. Hell, Death Blossom's not bad either here. I mean, okay, I'll take Death Blossom. This build's getting really weird, and I'm enjoying it. So now when our shield drops, which will be inevitable at some point, we shoot off a massive amount of projectiles from the ship. One of the single best wild mod pickups we get now would be 1 Ricochet. It's a very rare mod, but it would improve our railgun quite a bit. Okay, we got a pretty good build for Glacius. Glacius is essentially a ton of segments, so the blast radius mod we have on the railgun, pretty good. Hey there, Darjandaki. Yeah, this build's kind of a classic, but we're gonna put a twist on it. Yeah, Warp Strike would increase our damage a lot right now. We should get a level up after this boss, at least. Hey, good evening, Marty. That's good, man. Yo, Fire Spectre 0. Thanks so much for 8 months, dude. My pleasure. Thanks for being a part of it, dude. Oh god. If we hang out in the vortex, we die. That's true. Really good, Marty. It's really good. We're going to be using a new sanctuary mod. We did this all day yesterday. This update is mostly like polish and UI stuff, but there are a few gameplay changes, including the new change to the sanctuary mod, which is incredible. All right, here's Warp Strike. Hell yeah. Yeah, you see the difference in that shot there? It's a little different, huh? Now we have true screen coverage. There is a somewhat downside to this that will be leaving some XP on the side of the screen, and that's alright. We also had our best score ever yesterday, 4.5 million. It was awesome. Okay, before I pop off this lad, I'm gonna get my shield back here. Oh. Okay, here's Sanctuary. So now we're going to have a centralized location that we can gain shield effects from, right here. We also get a global damage increase when we're inside the orb, so our mines will pop off even a little bit better. That's kind of the thought I have here. I think Orbital is just one of the better shields for this Sanctuary effect. Mostly because the orbs degenerate enemy projectiles and also deal damage. But the degeneration is the key factor for me. No, you cannot make the orbs faster, but you can make them bigger with shield effect. Okay, here we go. So we got the remaining wild mods that we want here, so we're set up now to pick up charge shot. I'm really curious about propulsive munitions here. Let's check this out. Let's see what the knockback is. The knockback's barely anything. Pops me forward a little bit. Okay, it's reversing my firing angle, which is definitely weird, but fair. We've gotten like all of the interesting wild mods for this build on this run. On the wrong key here, okay. Not convinced propulsive munition is going to be a positive here. That's all right. Okay, I'm going to take... let's go Candescence here. We are doing that burn damage with the Incendiary Strike. Yeah, this is a very funky build with the propulsive, though. I think that's going to be good for us later on. Gotta make up that damage somehow. I wonder if the knockback is going to be longer once I get charge shot or not. The idea. Every time I fire, I'm being jostled forward slightly. It's a very awkward feeling, propulsive munitions. It's never... anything that influences movement when you fire is always a bit awkward, and very few builds can actually try it, this being one of them. Okay. Let's reroll here. Yeah, strafe is fine, rupture's fine. From the homing strike mod, Dank, which in the this update gives you additional pair of homing strikes per 5 projectiles of your weapon. Definitely gonna want this. Let's just pick up strafe here, if only for the 10% thrust, and I really do believe I'm going to go into Void Slice here. That's a great place, Masquerade. Glad you had a good time. This build's weird and I love it. Okay. There's charge shot. Okay, here we go. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set it to toggle auto fire. And then I can start charging. Let it charge up here. Did I grab strafe? Okay, I did. So really, most things should die to the mines, especially after I get the burnout reactors. And then we're going to save up this massive charge here on this. Wait for a big enemy and just blast them. Okay. Yeah. Fair. Forgot we were firing backwards. It's true. Okay, fair enough. I think this is telling me I prefer to do this on Courser. Just for lining up the shot reasons, it'd be a little bit easier. We can acclimate though. Okay, we're going to take self-destruction now, which goes burnout reactors. I want this because I can get an even cadence on the mines, so we get a more consistent source of damage, which will be very beneficial to us. Yes, we do get a lot of burn damage from charge shots, true. The larger the railgun hit, the larger the follow-up incendiary damage is. Okay, I'm not taking this. Taking burnout reactors instead. There it is. So it's going to make our mines be created a lot faster, but then they take full damage, so they explode automatically. So we kind of get like an even rhythm for mines exploding. It's very nice because consistent damage is great. Nice one. It depends on the circumstance. In the most extreme scenario, which would be Engineer with Overseer and Minefield, you could have 16 mines deployed. Most ships with burnout reactors will be somewhere in the 3 to 4 range at highest. They're automatically burning out. GG. That was a fun attempt. The firing angle ended up being a little bit weird for charge shot there. I think I prefer to try that with, like, maybe Assault ship might be a little better. Maybe Assault Barrage might be a slightly nicer route. All right, anywho, very quick restroom break for me, and then we'll head right into another run. Yo, before I'm standing up here, though, Hamzi, thanks so much for 50 months. Appreciate that half century. Thank you. Okay, be right back for another attempt. All right. Here we go again. Let me actually look at a tooltip here real fast in the learn or in the glossary. Okay, ignite. Okay, burn a damage type that applies damage over time unless otherwise stated dealing Any burn damage to a target will also ignite it. Ignite an affliction that causes the target to take burn damage for a duration, unless otherwise stated. This deals 120 damage per second for 3 seconds. Ignite from different sources can stack. Right. It unlocks here. Okay, deflag is consuming ignites, right? I want to try a Darts Viper, but it's a matter of what shield I want then. I think I'm liking the Orbital shield for Sanctuary, but where are the weapon unlocks? Down here, maybe? Here they are. Is there no tooltip for Dart here? Okay. Well, it's not base gear, it's an unlock, so... it's going to be in here. There it is. Okay, Lodge Darts do not ignite targets, but deal burn damage over a 2-second duration. So we're not gaining ignite damage from... from the darts. Interesting. Does corrosion do ignite? Yes, corrosion does ignite. Okay, so that's that one. So corrosion's pretty good on Viper overall. Let's try a Viper thermal lance run here. See how that goes. So it might be a little bit hard to get going, but it's an idea. Vortex. Okay, burn damage while traveling. Okay, so this is actually okay with Viper as well. Minus thrust while charging. Right. Vortex loaded mines are quite nice, though I'm unsure of the effectiveness here. Let's actually give this a go. Especially with the new firing options, not having to hold down the fire button. Really nice. Okay, spawn something though. Gonna take Orbital Shield here. I think Orbital Shield's gonna be a theme of today. Okay, Viper time. Pretty spicy. Okay, so it kind of sticks to the enemy. That's nice. Let's read the tooltip here again here. So charge up and release a slow-moving roiling vortex. Targets are drawn into the vortex, receiving burn damage. While traveling, large vortexes release energy bolts that burn nearby targets. The frequency and damage of these bolts is proportional to the size of the vortex. While charging, you take ramping whole self-damage, scaling with the size of the vortex. Added weapon projectiles increase vortex degradation rate. So I'm guessing more projectiles means that the vortex lasts for longer. Burn damage, vortex damage scales with this charge level, 1 projectile, rate of fire, modifiers to blast radius, weapon projectile size, and weapon rate of fire affect charge rate. Okay. Well, let's try blast radius here. And then mines. I see. So we're building up a vortex more quickly this way. Oh yeah, it's probably more projectiles is more vortexes. Marty Khan is what it is. It's probably true. We'll see. Because we'll get multiple vortexes, but they'll dissipate more quickly. That would track. All right, Challenger, I'm in. No. Who's the Challenger? This guy. Got 4 stockpiles right now. That's a bit much. Let's try targeting here. Let's go improve thrusters. Loaded mines. Here we go. Oh, that's fun. Seems like charge mines would probably be pretty sick here. Let's go ahead and take a Candescence burn damage. Stonks. Okay, this won't be good because the mines are burning down already, so reducing the hull of mines is not a positive affix here. Okay, let's go streamline. I believe this build's going to end up as a shield-only Omni Shield with Sanctuary. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay, Corrosion is probably very good here, as is Purge. Since we're doing just burn damage and ignite damage, Purification's almost certainly it. We're dealing burn damage basically exclusively with Vortex. I'm in a much better position to try Vortex than last time I was using this build. I'm just much better at the game and being able to maneuver properly. Okay, well, adaptive armor is going to be like an absolute must here. I also should probably start working towards Sanctuary, but let's get adaptive armor working. This is going to give us damage resistance when we take damage, including self-damage, so it allows us to charge up in a much nicer way. Please spawn something. Thanks. Okay, we're going to take 4 times Defiance here. We get self-damage resist, weapon recoil resist, and 4% resistance to mobility reducing effects from weaponry. That's our weapon. We have minus 30% thrust, so it takes 16% off the top of that. Okay, let's go ahead and take Revelation as well. Wow, the Viper's ability does a lot of damage here. Wow. Hey there, Kragoth, what's good? What's the other wild mob we want here? Probably the other one, Masochism, that reduces self-damage too, maybe. I'm 100% sure Purification is it here. 3 times Scorching Wake is also pretty good. This is a source of damage. We're going to take Purification right now. A lot of upsides to that. Oh, I just had a build idea for the Sanctuary. I'm going to try it out in Vortex here in a second. Alright, so what would Ricochet even do here? I only have 1 projectile, so reducing projectiles would not hurt. If we went projectiles, would be destroyed on impact. Yeah, this is a no-go on that. Let's take Kinetic Boost here. Yeah, I don't think we need to go into projectiles for Vortex, though. I think there's probably a build that spams mines and Vortex projectiles, which is probably pretty good. Yeah, we're going to try a few things, Kragoth, but we are going to be getting back to using Sanctuary, too. Got a few ideas for today. Alright, I'm going to take the 3 times Scorching Wake. Showed up again. It's on theme for our ship. It applies burn damage. It's additional source of ignites. You name it, it's good for us. Alright, speaking of which, we're going Shield Durability, which is part of the Sanctuary Supermod. Yeah, this is way nicer with the toggle autofire, because now instead of having to hold down a button to charge the orb, I'm just tapping my side mouse button. Big difference. I also wonder what like double tap does. Does this give us 2 vortexes when we fire? Probably not. But maybe. It'd be pretty nuts if that was the case. Okay. 20% charge rate on the Vortex sounds good. It's good for our mines too, because it's going to mean they get 20% bigger. So I was drifting backwards when I threw that one out. Me dang. This is definitely a momentum-based weapon. Here's another piece of Sanctuary. A little bit too much momentum on that one. I feel like this is actually kind of a build that it likes having lower thrust. It's kind of exciting deal here. Well, we've seen on these Sanctuary builds that Galvanic Outburst is generally very positive. I think for right now I'm going to take Regeneration, though, because this means we can charge up our orb a little bit better because we're receiving, you know, some form of regeneration on the whole. Okay, I gotta let that one go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Galvanic Outburst is definitely good for this build. Curious how double tap works. I'm kind of imagining it's just Fire Ray, because I don't think it's going to generate like a true additional Vortex here. It seems like it'd be a little bit much. Maybe, though. I mean, good. Warp Strike's kind of an interesting idea with Vortex, though I don't think it's worth it. Alright, projectile size good here. I'm gonna take efficiency for right now, because I gotta get to, like, Omni Shield, Gemini Protocol. If I don't have Gemini Protocol, then I can't utilize my shield for charging the Vortex. We're not taking Minefield. We're not quite ready for Regenerative Shields. We need the other side first. Let's roll here. Am I ready for Omni Shield? No, I'm not. I have to have Gemini Protocol before I take Omni Shield. Alright, conversion's fine. I certainly have done Torrent builds, Kragoth. Not any recently, but not really any weapon I'm opposed to. Okay, there's Gemini Protocol. I need that. Big time. Yeah, Vortex is a very old weapon in this game, but it's not commonly seen because it's a very high skill level to use and a little bit tricky. You know, Evolutionary Niche is not bad here. It is, their 5% ignite damage per. I think for now, though, I will pass on that. Deflagration is almost certainly going to be picked here, so let's go ahead and just take Purge now. Won't be the highest benefit at the moment, but by the time we get the rest of the build going, everything we kill gets burned because of the Vortex, or Vortexes. You know, little fellers that do vulnerability don't sound bad either. Let's go ahead and take one of these. This build's not going into hidden powers, so we can afford the spontaneous generation. Now, very occasionally when we kill stuff, these little guys will pop out and apply vulnerability to other targets, which increases all other sources of damage. Mainly burning in this case. Bravato's probably honestly a mistake, but the additional stats and burn damage seems really powerful here, so I'm gonna go for it. Seraph's not going to be an easy fight here. Okay, let's not do that. Yeah, Viper's Strike is really strong on this patch. I like it a lot. Okay, now we're ready for regenerative shields. Thanks, universe. That was awesome. I feel like the mines are reaching a maximum size right now. Like they hit a point, they stop charging. I might just need more fire rate or something. I'm gonna keep an eye on those mines, see if we can make them better or not. Might even just need construct rate of fire. Might as well just take this here. Okay, Omni Shield, here we go. Now we get a huge regenerative shield. Oh, okay. I thought that we weren't going to be able to pop ourselves here because we had Gemini Protocol, but I guess the ramping self-hull damage does go through that. Now we know. So we're probably not going to make it to Omni Shield if we use Vortex. Fair. I'm actually a little curious why that interaction happened, but I don't disagree. All right, just one moment. We'll head into another one. We are back. Thanks for your patience. Yeah, what happened there was the game makes a differentiation between self-hull damage and self-damage. So if we have Gemini Protocol and we do self-damage, we cannot blow ourselves up. But if we have self-hull damage, that's a different story, because that has to take something from hull. If it's low enough and the damage is high enough, we explode. Good to know. We'll be back for some more Vortex. I want to try a Torrent build right now. I got an idea. The premise of getting a Torrent build working is having discharge. So if we have Sanctuary, that means we'll have a massive electrical field. Kind of like a Tesla coil. We're going to stick with Orbital here. I actually think Viper is the correct choice here if we're going to be doing discharge style. Though there's some considerations here for other ships too. My big question is, can I get to the point where I can fire all of the time with Viper here, or not? Okay, loaded mines are going to be kind of not so great here. Blast damage should be a really large increase in damage, and I also definitely want to make it to deflagration. Just hanging out. Blump. You've been blumpsing. Nice. Okay, what do projectiles do? So projectiles are 3 times 2, so give me 4 times 2 lattice, 12 a second fire rate. Okay. Definitely interesting. Let's just get some magnitude going here. Oh, yeah. Velocity actually sounds pretty sick, but let's go thrusters for now. All right. Streamline is going to be part of this build. Gonna wait for my shield to go back here. Boop. Yeah, loaded mines, torrents, like, it looks pretty, but the projectiles don't last long enough to really make them have a functional effect. They are a little bit of area of effect damage, but not enough, I don't think. Alright, let's get some shield durability going. I think that maybe assault drones could be an interesting add here, but I gotta make sure this build can actually get online without it. Okay, here's barrier. Blast shieldings, no, I gotta keep the eye out for volatile shields. I'm actually gonna roll here at 3 upgrades? Damn, dude. Okay, Gemini Protocol is part of this. There it is. Volatile shields. Gotta take it when we see it. That unlocks the discharge side of this. That seems fine. Alright, let's grab a galvanic outburst here. Okay, we got discharge now. So now when we fire Torrent, we get these string of lightnings coming off of the ship. But we're also taking hull damage when we do so. It's a little tricky. We gotta get to a slightly better defensive point. But since Viper benefits from ignite damage, I mean, every single one of these little tendrils is igniting the enemy. Definitely not bad. I do not have the regeneration to sustain this right now. You know, maybe Essence Sap isn't the worst with this build. Okay, regeneration, we'll take that. So we actually replenish some here. Well, basically here, Torrent is one of the best discharge weapons, and the discharge 10 rolls cause burn damage, which therefore causes ignite damage. So there is direct synergy if you go into discharge, which is the main route for Torrent. I'm gonna roll here. You can also build Torrent as just a weapon if you build up the weapon real big. I think slowing down our rate of fire here and increasing weapon damage sounds good. Slower rate of fire means slightly larger lightning reach, and also means we're dealing less self-damage, so it's not happening 12 times a second, it's happening, 10 times a second instead. Which is not an insignificant difference. Oh, yeah, Infuse. Forgot about that one. I don't think we can take Infuse here, to be honest. It's a bit much. Yeah, 8% of current shields self-damage you. There is a way to do this, but it's not what we want at the moment. Let's grab Last Stand here. Last Stand's been a staple of our Sanctuary build so far. I don't see why it won't be here. Let's try Charge Shot. Oh, Charge Shot ruins this. Okay, well, fair. I thought I was gonna charge as we were firing. That's actually really bad for this. I think we gotta reset this build on that. Fair enough. Let's try again. Okay, what I think I'm going to do this time, I think I'm going to go for Firefly instead of Viper, because it has a natural built-in self-damage resistance effect. And then we can always rotate it back into Viper, right? There's nothing stopping us from going back to Viper later, but this will be, I think, a little bit cleaner route for us. Well, I was looking at... let's go Siphon Shield here. Still think I like Orbital best, but... Well, that's Nova Drift for you. Alright, so if you grab Charge Shot's okay with Barrage on Torrent. Thanks, Christo. Makes sense. I think for the purpose of this build, I'm really not trying to build the weapon, I'm trying to build the discharge. But that's good information to have. Okay, Firefly's not here. Okay, we are going to be going Rupture, and Blast Radius is probably decent. Targeting's probably okay, too. Though, I'd like to go into as little weapons as possible. Damn. Spicy, boy. All right, I think as a base simplification here, I'm going to go into drones. Drones will give me units that can actually hit things that aren't... Do we want to be directly on top of something to deal damage now? Let's get some other sources. And since we're not going mines, we could potentially pick up a drone specialist and get a higher drone count too. I'm liking the idea of the fleet commander drones applying vulnerability to our massive amounts of burn damage. Also, offensive drones in the early game are just pretty solid. Yo, Diplomacy 2015, thanks for 17 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Whoa, whoa, am I dead? Dead? Good. Oh, Bravado's okay. I think I'm going to not take Bravado just while we're experimenting with this build. Yeah, regeneration's definitely it. Maybe I don't need thrusters on this. Huh. Alright guys, if I don't take my lunch break right now, I'm gonna have a cat jumping on my head. I'm sure of it. Food's here thanks to my lovely wife already. We'll be back in just a minute for some more fun. Please do enjoy the kidders and their shenanigans on break. KCJ, thanks for 6 months as well. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so, and we'll continue this run. I'm actually really excited about this idea for Sanctuary because we can create this massive field of electricity. So it'll be like an orb going across the screen with a bunch of electricity inside, which I think sounds pretty cool. Basically, Night Star, if you enter the Singularity, it clears everything off the screen, so it can be a way to get out of a wave. That's the main purpose. And they change the playfield dynamically, so that's their main purpose. So if you go inside the Singularity, it clears everything, and then you pop out with very low hull and shields, so it can be a defensive option. Okay, be right back. Alrighty, we have returned. Thanks for your patience during that brief one. Head back into this run. Let's get this going. So our goal here is to get to Sanctuary with discharge on Torrent with some self-damage resist so that we can have a field of electrifying orb. Alright, here we go. Let's tab back in. You know, I'll take Candescence here over Rolling, because we are going to end up at burn damage. Okay, shield durability is part of the Sanctuary mod we're going for. Oh, reflexive shields will also be really massive damage we make in the Sanctuary, and we're doing discharge damage. Like a huge source. We are going to make it to Omni Shield, but not yet. Let's just take efficiency here. I think Gemini Protocol is going to be part of this. I'm sure we're going to go Omni Shield because we're going to need the self-damage resistance and shield damage resist. Terminal Directive seems tempting, but Barrier is part of Sanctuary. I'm going to take Terminal Directive, simply because I'm going to need to get to Fleet Commander to make this build pop off, and it's one of those mods where you're picking one of the two sides only. So if I don't take it now, it's going to be an issue. Okay, here's Fleet Commander. Awesome. I'm going to get my shielding back here. Oh, I'm realizing corrosion would be a really massive source of damage on this build, too. Probably actually what we need to be a decent boss killer, which we aren't right now. Do. Yeah, Cool Landscape was a great build right there you're talking about. I like it. I mean, I am going to take Elegant Construction, but let's reroll here. This is probably the final drone pick we need to take. I'll do it because damage per level is a lot. 30% drone damage base increase right now, since we already have Fleet Commander, is pretty huge. Build's getting to where it's going, but in kind of a weird way. Okay, Gemini Protocol. That opens up taking discharge properly now. And Sanctuary, for that matter. And Omni Shield. Yo, Necro Thunder, thanks for 130 months, and Korngar, thanks for 39 months as well. Cheers. Thank you both. 130 Necro. Enjoy that lurk, dude. Enjoy it. Okay, do we have shield cooldown yet? We don't. I guess we're taking barrier now. A piece of the build. Honestly, Torrent's kind of weak until you get the discharge ball working, is the truth. Yeah, I'm definitely not opposed to conversion here. It's more base stats. Regenerative shield's also part of this build. I guess regenerative shields right now is not too bad. I'm gonna take conversion here. Like, I know I want conversion at the end. Okay, now we're gonna go Omni Shield. We have Gigantor Shield. One cool thing about Omni Shield is it makes it so your shield cooldown is not as interrupted by stuff. I need at least corrosion for damage right now. The fact. We're also ready for regenerative shields now. Quantum Decoherence is maybe worth a take. Let's just go ahead and grab this here. We're going to lose all our rerolls. We gained +5 levels, which is not an insignificant thing. Regenerative shields, let's go. I'm At least somewhat not opposed to dropping stabilization on this build. Discord Orb's also really good. That's a tough choice. This is pretty nice too. Okay, let's just take the Discord Orbs. It's likely we end up with some decent wild mods at the end of this. Okay, shield cooldown, yes. The mod I need to keep my eye out for is volatile shields. One of the hardest things to get to discharge with. Okay, elegant construction, sure. Hey, there you go. Thanks so much for 4 months, man. Appreciate that. Ooh, there's drone specialist. Okay, I'll take drone specialist here. So if this build makes it to its final destination, it's going to be popping. But I think right now it's a little bit dubious since we don't have any rerolls for the rest of the run that we make Sanctuary and Discharge. It's possible. Drones might carry us through here. Okay, here we go. Kinetic boost is part of Sanctuary. Whether we make it or not, this gives me hope I can get this Torrent build working the way I want it to. You know, this could actually be a candidate for split shot as well, when I'm thinking about it. Alright, we're going to take Adrenal Module. All right, another piece of Sanctuary. I think actually Sanctuary's in the pool now. Okay, Fleet Commander's putting in some work right now. This is going to be pretty yikes. I guess my drones are the real damager right now. They're doing pretty good. Oh yeah. You know, actually all of this stuff is banishable. Great. That was pretty much perfect scenario for us. I thought I got him there, I guess not. Let our shield cooldown activate here. Okay. There's actually a bunch of stuff I don't really want here. Just adding in mines isn't like a bad damage effect. I might just do that, just do it. I guess stabilization is also inoffensive, as power reserves is alright here. We'll settle on that. I'm quite surprised how effective the Fleet Commander drones are with Torrent. I mean, it makes sense because the Fleet Commander drones are adding vulnerability, which is more damage for every hit, and we're firing like a bajillion projectiles at a time. Oh, wow, they go right into the core there. That was awesome. Good for them. Okay, channeling sounds good. Seems like a lot of really nice builds end up getting to their endpoint quite late, and this is not going to be an exception if we make it to Discharge Sanctuary. Okay, here's Sanctuary. Let's go. Get a nice global damage increase from this, and it also increases our drone's damage. Alright, what does Regression banish here? Turret and Skirmish. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, 1 Galvanic Outburst will not be wrong here. Wow, where's this damage coming from? Yo, Volatile Shield's nice. So Discharge is in the pool. We actually have like a chance now. It's going to be an excruciating boss fight, I think. To our benefit, we do have drones here, right? Oh, there we go. We'll take a little bit of damage from these projectiles to shoot off Galvanic Outbursts. That'll be helpful. Yeah, our damage is way better than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Well, Discharge isn't here. Double tap is very awkward in this situation. What is this? +1 maximum wild mods offered when upgrading. Ooh. I mean, I guess the best one here is Concentrated Blast, so at least it works towards Rupture, which is part of something that we want. The second Discharge shows our damage is going to go up by about 12,000%. Can't wait. Alright. Purge I also need for deflag, so let's go ahead and grab that now. Agility is pretty tempting too, though. We're not quite creating ignites yet, but if we get discharge, you'll see what's up with that. The ignites will be real. Alright, I guess we're working into this one backwards. We'll take Rupture now. Damage is like decent. Damage, I guess, for me is surprising here because we don't have any weapon damage mods. Something for sure. I think it's simply the vulnerability on the offensive drones that's kind of enabling the increase here. Video game, so the orb still has to touch the enemy on the outside, but the orbs going around the outside can degenerate enemy projectiles and damage enemies as well, so it's just an additional damage source. They're still the same orbitals that would be as part of your shield. Okay, corrosion's a large damage increase here. I'm really gonna hope discharge shows up before purification does. I want both of those, but purification is not really good till discharge is on the build. Yeah, concentrated blast does increase the damage of Discord orbs considerably. It's true. Our drones are pretty poppin' as well. I think really the damage I'm feeling is mostly from the drones. They're pretty shredding right now. Okay. No discharge. Power reserves is fine. Gives us better mobility while firing the weapon, which we're doing pretty much constantly. Makes me curious about this build with engineer, honestly. Maybe like drones and turrets. Oh, discharge, where you at? Where you at? I'm going to take a Defiance here, because the self-damage is going to be extremely significant once we have discharge going. if we get discharge going. It has to appear naturally, which is asking something since we dropped all our rerolls to those +5 levels. Not regretting that yet, but it could lock us out of the build we want, because we don't have a choice of rolls. I guess I take bravado here. Dojimins, there will be a story-style mode added for 1.0, though the main main point of this game is always going to be a survival score base. So, not quite sure what you mean by in-game, but... Yeah, that's right, Sykes. It does not increase your XP requirements, so we will technically have 5 more levels by the end of this, which almost always makes it worth it, I'd say. Okay, he took off? That's weird. Okay, it's about to get weird in here. I'll just let the singularity do its thing here, I think. Never mind. Ooh, okay. Reflexive shields and galvanic outburst. Big time there. Here we go. It's happening. There it is. Ooh, it's stable, too. Shields are not going down. Where we were trying to get. Just took us a while. I feel like some reductions in fire rate would be nice. Like even Sentinel reducing fire rate would make the lightning go just a little bit further. The length of the lightning is not bad here, but if it was just a little bit better, it'd be nice. One really cool thing here is we're perpetually proccing reflective shields. So if we're pointing at something while it's inside of our orb, this line right here is doing a lot of damage. A lot. All right, let's pick up a strafe here for more mobility. I mean, it gives us the ability to strafe, but really it's all about extra thrust here. So definitely pretty desirable effect for Viper too, if we make it to this build with Viper for the extra ignite duration. It's a pretty nice idea. This would also definitely be quite sick with the temporal shield, though. Not near as tanky. Yo. Alright, deflagration's huge here. So, okay. Destroying an ignited enemy will consume any ignites and trigger deflagration, dealing blast damage to nearby targets. Deflagration deals damage equal to combined ignite damage the target is taking. Deflagration's duration is equal to the combined duration of any ignites removed. This should be really, really good because we're pulsing out discharge at the rate of 12 times a second. So, I mean, feasibly by the time something explodes, it could have a 24 ignite durations on it. Maybe even more with Galvanic. But I don't see this being bad. It should be awesome, in fact. Deflagration is the red circle that's appearing after things die. Oh, it's popping, dude. It's popping. This guy should do a screen-wide deflag. Should. Okay, maybe not quite screen-wide, but pretty big. Did less damage to him than I thought it would. I guess we're not popping the orbs here. There we go. I mean, magnitude definitely isn't going to be bad. Proof thrusters also look pretty good. Let's go on proof thrusters here. Mobility is kind of king of the late game, so probably one of the better defensive pickups we can get at this time. Pretty good gas stop. It's pretty good. The entirety of the orb becomes a siphon, so it's pretty sustainable. It's very tanky. Oh yeah. D-flag, always gonna just destroy segment enemies like that. Yo, purification, this is a big time burn damage increase, which is our main source of damage for sure. Also increases our ignite damage, so that should be bigger deflagration, I think. Let me think about that real quick, actually. Ignite damage. Duration of ignite. So ignite damage not important, it's ignite duration. Fair. When this guy pops, he's gonna pop huge. There he is. All right, I'll go streamline here. Oh, yeah. Blast radius increases deflag too, but we're still going to go streamline. We're not really using hull right now, so the huge increase in thrust and mobility is a big benefit, and I really, really like Void Slice with this new Sanctuary style build, so we can work towards that. I pick up Blink and then Void Slice in the pool at least. There's some numbers right there. Bippity bobbin. Not opposed to energized shields. Lower rate of fire would actually be beneficial. This might actually be the build that wants the energized shields. It's kind of tricky. I'm gonna go ahead and take agility here though, because agility is an amazing maneuverability tool. jQuery, YouTube is the main archive for our content. Okay, we got Blink in here. Hell yeah. So now Void Slice is in the pool. That's definitely a mod I'd pick if I see it. Oh, scary. Almost deadly, even. No problem, jQuery. Glad you're enjoying that. We do have the vast majority of our streams have been archived, but some of the very earlier stuff in the 2012, 2014 is up there. And that's okay. Probably 3,000, 3,500-ish hours of FTL on the YouTube in general. Say over 3K for sure. So tanky, dude. So tanky. So tanky. Okay, I mean, self-damage resist does improve our setup here. This is also good for the deflagration, but I think core shielding actually sounds cool. Also increased our armor stack duration, and we're essentially generating max armor stacks with this self-damage. So this should be a really positive effect overall. Writing percentage-based damage mitigation and more self-damage resist. Did I die there? Ooh, wow, I almost have my shields down right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. My shield's down. That was spicy, dude. Can't let your guard down for a millisecond in this game. What's up, Seraph? Ready for some burn damage, bud? Yeah, we probably were legitimately 1 HP there, I agree. Big bada boom. Nice. I'm thinking this build with Thermal Lance on Viper could be of an incredible quality for damage. Like, Thermal Lance is a little bit slower than Torrent, so we get longer, more damaging lightning. Not that this damage is bad, but if you compare it to the Hidden Power version of the build, it seems like the Hidden Power version was superior in damage, not superior in some other ways, but still very good. This is definitely a great build. I mean, 1.7 mil is not a bad run at all. What's up, Relic Killer? Merry fragmas to you. I feel like our damage resist is already good enough. Let's take an Energized Shields here. This will increase the lightning's distance by about 5%. So it lowers our fire rate. I think Engineer Thermal Lance is my next try on this build. This style build, rather. This one still has potential to make our top 10, though, I think, if I play well. No reason it couldn't. Big bada boo. Firing, try to get our shield back here. There it is. This song is bopping, man. Sanctuary builds are so fun to play. I love this orb mechanic. Like, it's pretty strong in itself, but the real trick with it is understanding when you have to leave the orb and when you need to stay in the orb. And it's very hard to leave the orb because then you lose most of your damage, but it's very much required to leave the orb in a lot of cases. Woo! 27,000. that pop was a direct result of the deflagration going off on Warbringer, who had a bajillion ignite stacks. That was awesome. So how does Bastion work on this? Do you get a gigantic shield, like a half moon, basically? Okay, cool scapegoat. Makes sense. Interesting. Oh yeah, I think we take Dying Star now. Let's see how the hull damage ramps here. I mean, Dying Star has to be one of the best offensive takes we can get here. Ooh yeah, some big damage right there. I actually kind of forgot Dying Star was in the pool. That was a really great mod. Dying Star increases burn damage and ignite duration, so it's very beneficial to what this build's doing. Yeah, let's take a look at the stats on Dying Star here. Plus 20 burn damage, plus 30 ignite damage. So there's no ignite duration increase here, so it doesn't actually help deflag in that sense. Combined duration of ignites. So the way to get a big deflagration is to have a stacking effect of ignites. Not that the ignite damage is inefficient, but it's not making the deflag bigger here. I believe how it was before did make deflag bigger, though. Yeah, okay, that's an interesting idea. Nerbeard proposes a Spectre style of this build where you can cloak and then maybe float the orb around. Interesting idea. Not opposed to trying it at some point. we got for this? Ooh, last stand looks okay. All right, let me see if we can answer this for you, Sirius. So Sirius says they're confused on deflagration. It says duration increased duration, but damage increases damage. Duration increases damage somehow. Okay. So if we look at deflagration, it says deflagration deals damage equal to the combined ignite damage the target is taking. So yes, ignite damage when the red orb explodes will deal higher damage the more ignite damage is on the target. But the size of the red orb that appears when an enemy dies is based on the ignite durations. So if we're firing 12 lightning a second and each ignite lasts 3 seconds, we're basically floating 8 times 3, so 24 seconds of combined ignite duration. We can get higher than that, but that's just the base there. So the damage of the red circle is ignite damage, and the size of the deflagration is based on ignite duration. And each time you apply burning damage, the target is ignited for 3 seconds of 120 damage each. So the things that increase ignite damage are going off of the base of ignite damage. So starting at 120, a 30% increase in ignite damage would be an additional 40, we'll say. So bringing you up to 160. Hope that makes sense. I was a little confused about that myself, and I have a better understanding now that you asked that question. Thank you for asking it. I'm going to take a last stand here. Oh, scary, scary, scary. Really don't want to be going circular around red when he spawns. These side projectiles at the 45-degree angle projectiles that particular boss spawns are very damaging. Oh, that hit me. Okay, fair enough. 2.4 mil still a pretty good build here. I'm gonna go out in a blaze of glory. Okay. This build was cool. It can probably be built a little bit better, but I want to try this in a different capacity with Viper Thermal Lance. Okay, so spark rate of fire is 7.5 a second. So this would be about a 30% increase in the size of the lightning, which I think would put the lightning in a really good spot. So let's try to get a thermal lance build going with... Ooh, I kind of want to do engineer so I can have the pretty quick firing thermal lances. Thermal Lance is a build that appreciates weapon upgrades, but doesn't necessarily need them. And if we're going into deflagration and we go into blast radius, then into the high explosive, that's a 35% increase in the lance size right there. So pretty good. Worth thinking about. I'm gonna do engineer. We can come back to Viper. Engineer will be inherently a lot easier to get going because I can take drones early, and that kind of solves any... Oh my god, this wave is just brutal, dude. Wow. That is one of the meanest opening waves in all of Nova Drift right there. Seriously. If I live here, I'm very surprised. I actually think that's the toughest opening wave for me anyways. My cat S'mores being a bit of a crungo today. That's all I'm going to say. Bit of a crungo. Kind of want to go for Siphon Shield here. Yeah, we'll step away from Orbital for a moment. So I really like Orbital with this Sanctuary setup. I also just think that Siphon, later games, since Siphon regenerates shields at base, could just be really marvelous in the late game because you're getting a portion of your shields back at all times. This helps, basically another form of regeneration. Okay, we're definitely going mines, which will be auto-deployed here. I'm thinking mines and drones are going to be the two we go. Always tempting to go into more constructs as engineer, but we know that if we go too far into constructs, we will not make the end portion of our build. Oh, S'more is a year and a half now? Maybe getting close to 2? No, closer to a year and a half than 2 years. Yo, Sheep of the Night, thank you so much for that very generous 5 gift sub package. Much appreciation. Thank you, thank you. As a reminder, if we do reach 2,300 sub points at any point during our fragMas event, we'll be adding an extra day on, and possible more incentives after that, but please do consider that an incentive, not a goal. Just very grateful to still have this place to hang out and enjoy video games, and no support required whatsoever for us to happily be here for the rest of our event, and, well, the rest of my career, too. Just grateful to have this experience. Yeah, he is a little rascal, that's true. It's true. And unfortunately, he was basically raised by daisies, so that that established a lot of his behavior. Alright, Bravado makes less sense here. The base stat increase is nice, though. I know I want to take 1 Galvanic Outburst, at least 2. I wouldn't call Daisy ornery. I'd call her critterfied. That's what she is. She's just like, she's like a wild animal. Kind of liking the spontaneous generation here. I want Galvanic Outburst. I want Adaptive Armor as well. Huh. Okay, let's go Adaptive Armor for right now, because the end core of this build is going to be having the Thermal Lance firing at all times with discharge, which should be very powerful, but also extremely damaging. So Adaptive Armor into Core Shielding is a way that we mitigate self-damage. One way, anyways. Okay, burn damage is great. Working towards Sanctuary is also great. Let's take the burn damage for right now. Oh man, stabilization. Actually, let's take stabilization. Both agility and power reserves super help out our ability to turn this flame properly. Being spoiled for choice here in the early game. Volley is actually quite good on Thermal Lance, but this build isn't trying to build into a powerful base weapon. It's trying to build into late game burn damage and discharge. Okay, we're going to take volatile shields here for sure. I have to take that side to get discharge in the pool, and it's hard to come by only one side of a mod tree. Oh, what I want is assault drones. These are also quite good. Let's go ahead and do this. We saw this on the Firefly build, how helpful it was to have the beefed up drones early with the weaker offense. Drones can carry you right through the mid game, is the truth. Okay, blast radius is one I'm taking, but let's take shield durability for now, because once we have Sanctuary online with this flame, even without the discharge, I think we're in a pretty good spot. Like, honestly, I'm kind of unsure on this build, how it's going to work out, but I could see it being really, really good. Gonna power through here. Yeah, okay, here we go. Advanced engineering. I'd like barrier, but loaded mines is dope right now. It's so pretty. Okay, power reserves is like must-take territory here for maneuverability with the lance out. Alright, unfortunately I'm not ready to take discharge here. We're pretty close. I probably want to get some wild mods for self-damage, or at least get Sanctuary plus Omni Shield up before we go into discharge. That's going to be hard to delay. It is just where we're at right now. I'm not going to be able to sustain the self-damage and have the lance out at all times. And if for Thermal Lance specifically, I don't think it makes too much sense to grab discharge until we're ready to be able to sustain the self-damage. Sir, your body's so long you're wrapping all the way around the screen. Excuse me, sirs. Sirs. Okay, Defiance is definitely that resistance mod I want, and none of these other picks look so good. I'm going to take a Defiance here. Reducing the mobility, reducing effects of weaponry is really the best part of that mod, and the self-damage is also helpful. That's tough. That's tough. Tough day to be a s'more guy. Okay, I'd love to take this, but I'm going to take assault drones right now. I got a pretty high-functioning offense. All right, yet another piece of Sanctuary here. Fine Kinetic Boost is the Aegis mod, which is the other half of that super mod. All right, I'm going to take another Defiance now. Okay, now I'm going to take Masochism. What's our self-damage resist now? 16%, okay. That ain't bad. Okay, I'm going to take Terminal Directive. This is also the other side. So I want one more mod after this, which is Fleet Commander, and then we're done taking drones. But really, Fleet Commander increases the damage of drones. Probably 20% would be my guess. And it increases our other sources of damage too by applying vulnerability with hits. So it's good. Also, Terminal Directive deals a ton of damage. When the drones explode, they run into stuff. Not quite ready for discharge, unfortunately. Let's do a roll here. Okay. A lot of good picks here. Yo, Pinball Wiz, thank you so much for 35 months. Really appreciate that continuation. Thank you, dude. Hope you've been excellent. Go for a Blast Radius now. It's going to be the only offensive mods we take are the ones in this tree. Blast Radius, High Explosive, Rupture. It's the ones. Oh, what a beautiful loot snake. Oh, this just keeps coming? That was gorgeous. Okay, Regeneration we're taking. Yo, V Pros. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks so much for 5 months, man. Cheers. Thank you all for all the things you do to make this content full-time and sustainable here in our 12th year. Cool, Wiz. We've avoided the snow so far this year where we're at. Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to be coming at some point. Huh. This would bring me up to four lance prongs, but would greatly diminish my ability to produce drones. I think this is probably still worth it though, because at the end of this build, most things will not be getting close enough to me to destroy the drones, and we're not going burnout reactors, so let's see if this makes sense. Oh, we're still at 3 prongs. Okay, well, it's still good. It means we create mines faster and they have greater effects, so it's a positive. Though, seeing now that we didn't go to the 4 prongs, I may have not taken that. I'm confident it won't hurt anything. Another good note about that is in order to get the benefit of Fleet Commander, we only need 2 drones active to make it work, so we're not like... It's not a big deal. I wish I was ready to take Discharge right now, because this boss is a meanie. Go ahead and take Candescence. Yo, Legends, Shady Dreamer, thanks for 104 months. Thanks so much for that continuation, man. Merry fragMas to you. Okay, now we can actually focus on the boss here. If I get real close, I can probably get the mines within range of the boss here. Does appear to be the case. Yeah, look at that damages, man. Hell yeah. So what we're feeling there is the vulnerability being applied by the sparks from the thermal lance. This probably means late game, if we're able to afford it, taking the volley mod to generate 2 more streams of sparks would be really, really nice. Man, this is tough. I think I'm just going to take Purge now, because I know we're going to need deflag at the end. Hoping Sanctuary and Omni Shield happens relatively soon so I can safely take Discharge. If I don't die to this ridiculous wave right here. We're fine. Yeah, I believe volley would take us to 4, maybe even 5 right now, Sykes, depending on the mine specialist deal. I just hesitate to go into the weapon because I need so many other things right now. Oh, I don't have Fleet Commander yet? Okay, well, now I do. Now I do. Spicy. I could have swore I had Fleet Commander already. Okay, high explosive. Okay, well, a lot of stuff I like here. I think corrosion purification is probably the cleanest upgrade for damage. Yeah, the Seraph damage is not insignificant. Wow. Corrosion really messed him up. Yo, Samurai Hamster 52, thanks so much for 63 months. Thank you. Hey, here we go, Aegis. So we're actually kind of getting there now. Yeah, only level 32. We got room here. We got lots of rerolls as well. We're gonna make it. Gotta live for a second. Easier said than done. I'm willing to take more Defiance here, but I'd really like to get the triple or quadruple mod, then take Defiance. Okay, Rupture does put Deflagration in the pool, so let's grab that now. Like, I'm really liking the end result of these builds, but compared to the Hidden Power version, it's really hard to get this build going. Like, you gotta have some good game knowledge, and gotta have some good dodging skills, too, to operate this one. Whereas the Hidden Power build, I think most people could get a really good run going with the Hidden Power build, just because it's easier to build into. Not to say lots of other people could make this build work as well, just it's definitely more difficult to reach the end result because we're trying to do so many different things at once. Yo, Samurai Hamster 52, thanks so much for 63 months, 5 years, and climbing. Cheers. Straaf's fine, but I want my pieces now. Oh, they're all here. Okay, deflagration, let's go. Deflag's going to help us out huge on segmented enemies like this guy. Once one section pops, they all go. Wow, these deflag, the circle is much bigger than even the very fast-firing Torrent build, so I really think that speaks to the strength of burned ignite damage on Thermal Lance. How big that's getting. Alright, I'm going to take Omni Shield now. This is dangerous, but I think fair. I also believe now that we can probably rock discharge with the amount of self-damage and shield damage resist we have. Okay, volley is definitely a good damage increase. Well, let's get to the end of this build, huh? Mercy? Okay, this is something I want. I'm kind of feeling like this build needs to operate without drones to reach its maximum effectiveness. But it's still a really strong build. And that remains to be proven, because drones definitely aren't hurting the equation. But kind of how I'm thinking about it right now is like the Fleet Commander drones are adding vulnerability for every single... They're adding vulnerability for every single hit they're doing. However, it took us 6 mod picks to get to Fleet Commanders. So for that same amount of investment, I could have just taken volley and probably had a pretty similar effect on the main weapon. Wouldn't be keeping pace with the drone's damage, but would be very much keeping up with the vulnerability aspect of the build, which at the end game I think is what takes it over the top. Okay, 3 times Defiance. That's the one I wanted right there. Okay, now I can take Discharge. I got a lot of self-damage resist. Take that even before Sanctuary now. What's our self-damage resist right now? A 41% self-damage resist is awesome. That's a great amount. We have shield damage resist on top of that. Oh, I should not have made him spin. We just talked about this not too long ago. Okay, we're fine. He's still slow enough that it's not so bad. When this guy gets going really fast in the late game, if you're not controlling where the, you know, his shot comes off, he spins real fast and covers the entire screen in those really powerful projectiles. It just gets really painful really quick. I know, because I've died to it like a bunch of times. Nice. Yeah, volley keeps showing up and wants to be taken. Gonna roll again. Dang. Yeah. How does this build work without Gemini Protocol? Does it? I think it might actually be okay without Gemini Protocol. Well, if we take this, we can't take... Yeah, if we don't take this, we cannot take Dying Star later. Almost a must pick. This build's definitely gonna end up Dying Star, yes, because it's gonna escalate the burn damage. We can't get into self damage with Omni Shield unless we have Gemini Protocol. is the truth. Okay, I'm gonna get my shield back here. Stop firing for a second. Oh my god, give me what I want here, game. One time. One time. Okay, Gemini Protocol, fine. Really hoping Discharge shows up next and we get Sanctuary working. So, iteration of this build I want to try now is I want to try the Carrier Ship, which gets bonus shielding, so that doesn't have a benefit for Sanctuary, with Thermal Lance, because the little fellers he has does vulnerability-based damage. So it seems to be like that might be like the ultimate way to pull this off. The downside is that the Carrier Ship is very slow, so we're gonna need to take some other mods. So if I'm dropping drones out of this build, I can very easily afford to take some mobility options. Carrier does sound most interesting though with Thermal Lance. The more I think about it, the better it sounds. Sorry about that, cat stuff. Cat stuff. Okay, spicy boy, hecky lad. Yo, okay, discharges here, let's go. Okay, well, we're not quite to the point it's sustainable here. Not without Sanctuary. Okay, good to know. It's gonna be a tough one to pull off. Oh, look at that damage, though. Get roasted. Three play, we have a mod called Gemini Protocol, which is splitting all damage between hull and shields right now. And then we're dealing a lot of self-damage to ourselves, so it's bringing our hull down to 1. For regular self-damage, our hull can't be dropped below 1 for that calculation, but that's why it's happening. We've essentially merged our health bar and shield bar here for the purposes of self-damage. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, we're fine. Fine. Oh, hey, I don't have the core shielding yet. That makes a lot of sense why this is hurting so bad. I don't have Sanctuary either, but core shielding would be a direct, I think, solve to the current amount of self-damage we're doing. Hey there, Shifty. Welcome in. So excited for this game to release 1.0 next year. I mean, it's been an extremely complete state for a long time now, but it keeps getting better, and it's reaching its inevitable conclusion for 1.0. Can't imagine probably the anticipation and maybe some trepidation from the dev for having worked on this game for 10 years now and having 1.0 around the corner. Conversion's fine, but I want Sanctuary. Do I have the ability to find Sanctuary right now? I have Aegis, I have Barrier. Where's Barrier? There it is. Let's roll here. Give me Sanctuary. Okay, Core Shielding and Purification, both amazing. I'm going to take Core Shielding right now. I have kind of blasted through my rerolls here, huh? Yeah, this game kind of is like Space Isaac. However, I believe this game has an incredible amount more depth in gameplay and build diversification. Dang, I died. Okay, we're going to try this with Carrier this time. So we're not going to be taking these drone mods, which will really help us reach what we need to get first. If I had Sanctuary there, we're probably very stable for another million. Also, unlike Isaac, your choices in this game lead to the conclusion of your build rather than being like, if I don't find damage, I'm going to have a terribly slow, arduous run. This game, you get to make effective choices based on all sorts of factors. Nothing wrong with Isaac, of course. It's a fine game, but this game's a lot deeper, for sure. Okay, we're gonna go carrier ship. What do I want here? Let's go back for orbital. One thing I can say for the thermal lance especially, I really like the color on this orbital shield. It's nice. Okay, let's go carrier here. So carrier, you automatically assemble and deploy swarm constructs which apply vulnerability to targets. While the damage shield protects you, a portion of your swarm constructs are assigned to recover your shield. This is one way for us to overcome shield damage as well. While your shield is down or you have no shield, swarm constructs gain increased movement speed and rate of fire, plus 15% maximum shields. That's currently quite a bit. Plus 250% crash data targets resist knockback. Excuse me. Swarm constructs, type basic construct. Rarely create a standard or advanced construct with improved abilities. Construct limit 4+1 for every 2 of your levels. 8 hull, 8 damage, applies 0.25 vulnerability, or 25% vulnerability per hit. So you can see if we end up getting 40, 50 swarm constructs by the end, that can be a very large increase in our damage via vulnerability. We're also stacking vulnerability with sparks, so that's nice. Okay, we're going to take Bravado, first mod here, which is ridiculously dangerous, but the Bravado increases the blue text, so all of those stats that are in blue, including the Swarm Construct stuff, so it makes our Swarm Constructs more aggressive and better at healing our shields. It's going to be basically the only mod that's going to improve our body powers that way, outside of Evolutionary Niche, which I don't think this build has room for. Okay, mines are definitely something we're taking. We're going to go loaded mines and really stop on mines after that. The way I see it is that the swarm constructs will take the place of the assault drones in this build, and we don't have to spend any mods on them. Okay. Probably not the winnow we want here. Okay, adaptive armor. Let's just start with that. Can't say I have, Sargos. Alright, this build will definitely need improved thrusters. There's no way out of grabbing mobility. We only start with 75 thrust instead of the 100 we had on the Engineer or 140 we had on Firefly. So gaining movement ability is very important. Alright, let's take Elegant Construction. Improves our Swarm Constructs, improves our mine laying ability. Yep, agility is really good on this one. Agility and power reserves are both very nice adds to this build. It's going to be a difficult beginning to get this one going, but I think if we reach it, it's going to be very, very strong. As most good builds are, most good builds don't just happen. Alright, Piece of Sanctuary. I think going into Void Slice is probably the in-game mobility here. Hit Blink and Strafe. That'd be a replacement for the drones that we had earlier. The last run. Okay, channeling sounds cool. shield went down. So drop firing for a second, get our shield back. Alright. Okay, volatile shields is the one we need to take here to get discharge in the pool. We're not ready for discharge yet, but if I don't take volatile shields, I could be locked out of finding that later. And then basically the longer we wait to take that, the more things are opened up as far as branches. We have issues. Yo, Asian G1303, thanks for 66 months. Thank you. All right, let's go directly into the mobility here. Agility and power reserves both greatly increase my moving effectiveness, and I think I can do pretty good in the early to mid game, just with a little bit of mobility. Oof. All right, let's take agility here. Red knot, huh? Yeah, let's run into all the projectiles. Don't mind if I do. Bang. He popped me. Let's step back here real quick. Shield's back. Let's go. Alright, that was super dangerous and stupid, and I enjoyed it a lot. Alright, piece of Sanctuary. Right now, Galvanic Outburst is probably the damage I need. I'm going to take one of these on every Sanctuary build at least. Just that shock damage is pretty nice. Okay, damage is not an issue right now. Let's build up the core of this before we even start on damage. I think this is the ticket for Thermal Lance. Wow, power reserves is amazing here. Let's go. 50% resistance to mobility reducing effects from weaponry. Thermal Lance reads minus 30 thrust and minus 50 rotation speed. So now it's only minus 15, minus 25, which is manageable. In fact, if we take agility, we'll be over our base rotation once again. Okay, Gemini Protocol. Power reserves is good in a lot of situations, but especially good on Thermal Lance. Extra, even. Okay, I'm going to take Last Stand. I've been taking this on the Sanctuary builds, and I think it's overall been good, because if things die near the edge of the screen and we're inside our bubble, it gives us a much better chance of accessing the XP orbs that drop from enemies. Some stuff's just going to die on the edge of the screen due to our mines, too, for sure. All right, this one's a bust. Let's roll it. Yeah. Orbs of Discord are just so strong. I have a hard time not taking them here. I think if I don't take these now, I won't see them again. While they are great offensively, I like to look at the Orbs of Discord as a defensive thing too, because they lash out at these small enemies and generally one-shot them. So it gives us a much better time with that. Am I ready for discharge yet? I am not ready for discharge yet. Conversion adds base stats, and for that alone, I will take it. One thing I didn't know about conversion until like last time I played before these last couple sessions is that the conversion happens on the fly. So if you change the value of your shields or hull, like if we end up getting more hull than shields right now, conversion would flip-flop. I originally thought when the point you took conversion was the moment that the conversion happened, but it happens constantly. So if you change your value, it can change from there. Yeah, Mega Cookie, we've definitely had those before. Yeah, no problem, White Wolf. That is it definitely it's an interesting effect. I basically went from never taking conversion to taking conversion quite often after figuring that out. And all it took was one weird build. Alright. Okay, one masochism won't be bad here. I'll take one. I'm hoping to get triple or quadruple defiance towards the end of the build, if only for the mobility increase. Still not ready for discharge. Okay, I am ready for streamline though. 25% thrust. Alright, this build's very decently equipped for Dweller. To kill Dweller, you essentially just have to kill all the small enemies he spawns. We're ready for Omni Shield. Gotta get Barrier first, though. Yeah, it's about to get weird in here. Build's not as good at killing Dweller as I thought it was going to be. Still alright, though. Well, I won't say that a 20% increase in burn damage sounds bad. Yeah, dang. Probably shouldn't roll here because there's a lot of good stuff. Defiance is fine. Purge is part of deflag. I guess I'll just take Purge right here. Like, that's the only mod I absolutely know I need to take to get where we're going. It's not the one I want to take right now, though. Guess we're only level 27. Nah, J-Fly, no ARPGs for me. I think Path to Exile and similar games are amazing, but it's a time investment that is not going to be part of my life. I played a lot of Diablo 2 way back in the day. I like ARPGs a lot, but, you know, husband, father, full-time streamer, working on my physical fitness, etc. There's just not time right now for me to play an ARPG. Yikes. Pretty much all of my gaming time happens here on stream. Ooh. Yoinks. Okay, here's the other half of Sanctuary. I'm gonna take it. Blink was probably smarter, but smart's not always fun. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice, White Wolf? Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, we do garden. The garden was nice this year, but we're not doing any fall planting until next year. So garden is finished for this year and has been for a couple months. It's a good year, though. We got a lot of tomatoes and other stuff, too. Basically, this year we set up a whole bunch of raised beds, and we're doing even more next year. Things are getting simpler outside instead of more complicated. First 3 or 4 years is simply getting everything set up properly. Okay, roll it. 9 re-rolls. Okay, corrosion is not going to be wrong. Get behind Warbringer here. We can melt the core down, then we're set up here. You reach that central segment inside the body, that's when the boss explodes, so you can kind of get around dealing a lot of the other damages if you're able to do that. Corrosion's also amazing here because it passes dots the inside of the structure. There we go. Alright, Purification is amazing damage and some sustain as well. Wind strike's like actually not bad here. Okay, let's just take blast radius. We know we're going down into this tree, and right now it increases the maximum size of the lance and the lance that's coming off the mines by 15%. So that's great. Or is it 10? 10%, excuse me. This new track right here gets my head bopping every time. Every time. You outdone yourself, Pixel Jam Miles. Pixel jamming. What does regression get rid of? Nothing here? It gives me another reroll screen. Okay, I mean, this is the other one I want. The sooner Sanctuary shows up, the happier I'll be here. Do I have Barrier right now? Do I not even have shield durability at the moment? Wow, okay. Fair. This build requires such a large amount of mods to get online. Not a complaint, merely an observation. Like, I feel like I've been skipping things to try to get to the end of the build sooner, but boy howdy. I think if we make it, though, it's going to be awesome. Okay, here's shield durability. Barrier next. Nah. Okay, regeneration's fine, because regenerative shield is about to be really good. I might as well. Regeneration rate's not an inefficient stat. Jarson Culver. Man, what's our self-damage resist at right now? Is just the 30? I don't believe I can take discharge until we get the sanctuary working, unfortunately. So I take rupture here. It's going to put deflag into the pool, which is good for us, but man, I think I'm taking a roll here. Oh, apotheosis in the pool now too. Okay, let's go regenerative shields. Oh, yikes. I do not want to be behind this lad. Nice. Thanks, universe. Appreciate the assist there. Okay, here's barrier. Now sanctuary's in the pool. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see this is without even Omni Shield right now. This is just like... What's our shield at? 219 with no Omni Shield? Holy guacamole. Yeah, more than 275 shields at the end of this if we get Reflexive and Omni Shield. That's spicy. Nice. Here's hoping Sanctuary and then Omni Shield show up back to back here. That'll give us enough shield damage resistance and cooldown resistance to take discharge. Okay, my dream's coming true. Okay, while your shield protects you, create a large sanctuary on the battlefield that slowly follows you. Your shield still protects you from damage, but shield effects originate from the sanctuary instead of you. While you're inside the sanctuary, gain plus 10% shield damage resistance, plus 15% global damage, and recover 6 shields a second. Alright, I do believe that Discharge is a takeable mod now. If we're inside the orb, we can maintain the regeneration we need here for Discharge. But it'll be even better with Omni Shields, 15% shield damage resistance, and bonus stats for Regenerative Shield. Another reason to take Omni Shield 2 is that the Regenerative Shields mod amount of healing is proportional to your maximum shield, so the larger your maximum shield number is, the more regenerative shields can do. Another reason would be the maximum size of orbs around you becomes larger because you're able to take more shield damage. Galvanic Outburst is crushing right now. Okay, here's Discharge. Let's go. There we go. Okay, so we're sustaining our shield amount. Not very well, but enough. Okay. Rupture does add deflag into the pool. What other mods are we looking for right now to sustain? Really, Omni Shield is about it. Let's go ahead and take Rupture. It's going to open up a couple good options for other upgrades on our next level. I don't think getting to Omni Shield is worth skipping Rupture at this point. I feel like the discharge length is very comparable to what it was for Torrent, which is a little bit surprising, because I thought it was going to be about 30% more, but it seems to be a similar range. Okay, now we're going to use a roll. Okay, there's Omni Shield. So plus 55 base shields, 15% shield damage resist, 15% shield effect power. That's the one. I'm very unconvinced that this build can take Dying Star right now. I don't think so. I want to, because it improves a lot of things about my build, but seems like that might be dubious. Guess we'll find out here in a minute. Just trying to blink through that. Not a mod we have. It's a nice wishful thinking. Okay, there's Dying Star, there's Blink, but also here's Revelation. If we take Revelation and we get a triple Defiance or we get a triple Masochism, then we can take Dying Star, which would be easily the cleanest escalation of the build, so we're going to take that instead. Big bada boom. Ooh, those orbs got pretty jacked up there. Oh, these are all desyncs. Brutal, man. Okay, better lucky than good. Alright, deflagration is going to be a very massive damage increase because now anything with the segment is going to create an explosion. Actually, these explosions are of a great size to hit most things. Oh boy, Glaucius. Okay. Icy wave. Thinking more about that proposed Spectre version of this build with the cloaking, but also having the active orb. Could be really interesting. We're kind of testing the difference between the hidden power builds versus the regular builds today, Pyre Overlord. We had our best score ever yesterday, 4.5 mil, with the hidden power version of a similar build to this. But we're trying some weapon stuff out in some different ships to get a read on what works and what doesn't. They've all been quite good, though, I will admit. Rainbow lightning's pretty badass. Later, Tater. Ooh. I want to take Dying Star here. Can I afford to do so? Take a look at our resistances here. Alright, so shields are generating currently 5.15 a second. We have 50% self-damage resist with 30% damage resistance. Actually, I think I can take Dying Star. I'm gonna take it, and if this gets me killed, so be it. And if it doesn't, then, well, we'll continue on. I'm gonna grab a refill for my water real quick, and then we'll continue this run. One moment. Alrighty, we're back. Thanks for your patience there. A sip of water, and then we'll head in. Swarm limit 31. That's pretty cool. Ready to upgrade. Oh, that's right. We're taking Dying Star right now. Okay, Dying Star is not making it so we can't regenerate shields. It's making it tougher, but it doesn't mean we can't. Oh no. We're fine. Yeah, there's the damage right there happening. Something that's 3 times self-damage resist will put me in a lot nicer position to actually survive this run, but the damage is solid with the vulnerability sparks. Wow. So another huge damage increase here would be adding in the what's it called? Just volley. The regular base mod volley would add 2 more streams of sparks, which would increase the vulnerability addition. Blink also seems like it'd be real cool here. Get this guy out of here. Okay, at this point, the damage is pretty comparable to the hidden power version of this build. However, the hidden power version of this build has way better defense. Like, way better. That doesn't mean that this build can't get better than the hidden power one, but it depends on what our next 5 upgrades are. And I'm hesitant to call this build better even if it does reach a higher power level because it's so difficult to reach this point. We weren't really starting to get to the core of the build till around level 40. Yeah, these are good. I'm going to do a roll though, because I really want this damage resistance to keep me in the game. Oh yeah, reflexive shields is a big damager here too. Almost. I guess I'll take Blink now. Sure. Oh yeah. I mean, that's some damages, there's no doubt about it. Adjusting my keyboard stand here. Boom, get roasted. Hey, 1.5 mil right now. It ain't shabby, dude. We still got some room to grow here. We could easily get 8, maybe 9 levels left out of this. There's enough room to get the mods we need to escalate here. One mod I'd really like to get before this thing blows up is Volley, just to see how much damage that extra set of vulnerability sparks add. Let me read a tooltip here real fast. So spark counts 1, spark damage 6, rate of fire 7 seconds. Okay, so we had spark count 3. It's like literally 3 times as many projectiles applying vulnerability. That's spicy, boy. That's spicy. Three times evolutionary niche is actually not inefficient, though it's not self-damage resistant, so I should probably let it slide. But each one of these gives me 1.5% maximum shield, so 4.5% maximum shield on 275 is like pretty big. That might actually go off the base shield, but even then would improve our swarm constructs. An idea for another time. Void Slice is also nice. I'm down to 6 rerolls to just take Void Slice. It's something I want. I've been really liking Void Slice with the Sanctuary style shield. Since you can have basically 2 blinks with it. Like it lets you get there. Also a nice source of damage. Let's cut this real quick. Okay, I don't want to die, so let's just chill for a sec. Nope. Okay, yikes. Okay, wave 270 is definitely not bad. Woo! D-flag puts the hurt on that lad. Dang. That was a big bada boom right there. I feel like I really want some form of self-damage resist to show up for my 3x wild mod next, or we're going to be feeling kind of weird. Renal module is quite sick here. I mean, I guess 3 times slipstream is damage avoidance in some kind of capacity. Let's try volley. I said I wanted to try this out. See how much it escalates the damage. It's pretty good. A lot more sparks coming out. The way I'm feeling about this, if I get up close on something, the damage should escalate in like a very major way from vulnerability in all of these lightning tendrils. Got double hit by that comment, that's tough. I got bippity bopping. What's getting real right now? Wave 300, here we go. Oh, look at those numbers go up, man. Okay. So vulnerability is definitely a real stat here. Wow. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Gotta adjust my keyboard stand here, it keeps slipping away. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sirs. Yo, finally some weapon damage resistance here. This is huge. This actually makes me... Okay, maybe not sustainable, but pretty sustainable. Maybe better movement ability while we have the lance extended too, which is the main of our damage. If we're not... Ooh, extending the lance, we're in trouble. Next best mod here might be like reflexive shields maybe? Oh, I died there? Never mind. Dang. Alright, this build was fun. So I think that proves to me that the hidden power version of this build is probably the most powerful, though not the only one that is viable. There's some better play there. That one could have easily reached 3 mil. Well, let's try going back in for the hidden power version for another run today. Before we head into this run, though, I'm just going to take a short break after that one. That one ran quite long. Our ads are about to play. If you let this play, thank you so very much. I do appreciate it a lot. The support, if not, totally understand. Be back in just a couple minutes here for another run of Nova Drift. I think we're going to go back for Hidden Power. I'm going to try Siphon this time, which I believe is a more stable version of the Reflect Shield iteration we tried yesterday. We'll see if that's true or not here in just a minute. All right, I have returned. Thank you so much for your patience during that brief intermission. We're going to head into, I believe, our final run today, though. This run could easily go an hour and a half or 2 hours, so we'll see how that happens. Okay, what weapon we start with isn't actually very important to me right now, because we're going to be going into hidden power discharge. Let's just go ahead and rock some swords. Swords are an awesome weapon for low mod picks. Well, actually, I might take this back. Well, there's Siphon. Maybe not. Swords were added in the update before this Glistening update beta, and they are awesome. Hey, that's good, Veiled Chippa. Alright, the ship I want is Sentinel. Good minus rate of fire, but a bunch of shield bonuses. Yeah, swords are pretty awesome, and they do return damage, so they're like pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Spit back projectiles. Okay, we'll be taking 0 modifications for constructs because we're going to be taking hidden power. Let's take shield cooldown to start. My gut tells me the best mod to start with is probably Pulse or some other slower weapon. Well, swords will get the job done. I personally really enjoyed all of the sword builds we've done too. It's a fun weapon to use. It scales very naturally. I'm in no rush to take the thrusters. Let's go ahead and just go Galvanic Outburst here. That is a source of damage for the Hidden Power mod. In order to get the Hidden Power mod unlocked and in your pool, you have to have 4 sources of non-weapon damage. Right now we have Siphon, Shield, and Galvanic Outburst return damage. I'll take a Masochism here. It's early, but on top of the damage resist we have, we're going to want a little bit more. But not as much as I think. Okay, Adaptive Armor, yes. That swords operate quite fantastically with the discharge mod. Okay, Orbs of Discord is really good. Volatile Shield's also nice. I need that to get the discharge, but these are going to be awesome for right now. It's also another source of damage that is adding for hidden power. Oh, my swords got destroyed. Stonks. We stonksin'. What wild mod do I want 4 of right now? Maybe it's Galvanic Outburst, actually. Slipstream be adequate as well. Yeah. Okay, 4 times Defiance is not bad here. There's an upside and a downside to this, though. The upside is we get self-damage resistance, really no downside. The downside is that we're not utilizing weapon recoil resist, mobility reducing effects from weaponry or plating very well. I'm going to take volatile shields here because I do not want to take flash shielding on this build, so it's very hard to get to discharge if I don't take this early. Wow, discharge is already here, and there's 4 times galvanic outburst. I mean, damn. I'm gonna take discharge now. Oh yeah. I think with this, hidden power's in the pool, and I'll take it the second I see it. Some great choices here. Even Energized Shields isn't bad, though. I kind of figured that I don't need Energized Shields with that. Okay, well, 2 plating if we're splitting damage between hull and shields isn't the worst, because I think that plating gets applied to the damage we take on the shield. The lightning right now is being triggered from us firing and from us taking damage, Colonel Santa. We have 2 sources of it. Alright, if I'm not going to take Defiance, what wild mod would I take? I think really it'd just be Masochism, but even if I did that, that'd be additional 15% damage taken from enemies. That's a little bit tough. Okay, I'm going to take the 4 times Defiance. I do think that self-damage resistance is a good route to go here. And there's hidden power. 40% global damage, 10% faster shield cooldown and regeneration, and a bunch of other stats. We have no weapon, and we cannot create constructs. However, since we have discharge, we still get to utilize the lightning. So we get a massive damage lightning here. Okay, I'm going to go for efficiency. This improves our regeneration and shield cooldown by 20% when we're not firing, and we're never technically firing because we do not have a weapon. And what is this game if not a series of technicalities? Alright, I'm going to snap up Last Stand here. I've been liking Last Stand on these builds a lot. The main benefit of Last Stand is that it gives you better orb and power-up attraction. But also, it lets you revive after you die, and then you get 100% XP, which is your score. On our best scoring run so far, which was yesterday, 4.5 mil, we got almost 500,000 after resurrecting on Last Stand. Not an insignificant bonus, though very often when you have Last Stand, after you die very quickly afterwards. Just how it is, because you get revived with such low stats. Alright, I would love to do this. Everything but shield durability would be fine to banish here. If we banish this, we don't make Sanctuary, and that's the whole point of the build right now. Alright, here's Barrier, another piece of Sanctuary. I'm just going to take it. My suggestion, Be the Heretic, would just be give it a try. It's not as bad as it seems, and there is an unlock system in the game, so you're not going to be starting with this absolutely massive mod pool. It's a pretty cohesive unlock system. And while it does take some time to get used to the controls, they are very natural and very clean feeling. As to say, I understand your hesitation, but I personally would definitely go for it. This game is one of the greatest gameplay experiences ever created, in my opinion. Nothing quite like it. Also a huge amount of variety of play styles too, so you can go everything from builds that can be played on the mouse only to things that are using, 8 or 9 hotkeys. Sky's the limit. They've done pretty all right so far, Colonel Sanders, though they're definitely hoping for a push at 1.0, which I don't see any reason why this game won't have a nice spike at 1.0, but you never know. Gaming market's definitely a fickle thing. Okay, we're going to take Purge here instead of Corrosion. I don't think Corrosion actually does very much for us at the rate we're dealing damage, where Purge is part of that deflag. Right now, let's go Kinetic Boost, work towards Sanctuary. All of those choices were awesome. Okay. This is a pretty good banish. I'm not taking a take hole. I'm not going to take Skirmish either. 10 years this game's been in development, Colonel Sanders. So 1.0 is a pretty big deal, and really it's been very complete, for me anyways, for many years, since I started playing about 3 years ago. They've added a whole bunch of really nice stuff to the game since then, so I'm glad they continued working on it. Game has only one main dev, Chimeric, well, there's certainly other people that help out with the portions of the game. I actually found out today that Soren Lilly, one of the math wizards over in the Discord and dev helper, was the progenitor of this currently awesome Sanctuary idea for this build. And they kind of made the Sanctuary mod what it is right now, which is great. Yeah, okay. Conversion's basically free stats. It's actually less stats than you might imagine. I'm debating dropping this. Let's go ahead and take Omni Shield here. The best part about Omni Shield is the shield damage resistance it offers. Okay, here's the last piece before Sanctuary is in the pool. Awesome. A little bit of in a weakened state right now, but it's survivable. Okay, I'm gonna take... Let's take Regeneration here, because I think that regenerative shields would be a stellar increase in our defense. Okay, there's Sanctuary, awesome. Now we're inside this bubble, we are getting the Siphon effect inside this entire bubble. Siphon deals damage inside, and more importantly, it regenerates shields based on damage dealt. So anytime there's something inside of this moving orb for us, we get some shield regeneration as an effect. And here's regenerative shields on top of that, so we're pretty tanky right now. What's our shield count out? Our shield counts as 209. That's pretty nice. few more mods left in the pool to also increase our base shield amount. Conversion, reflexive shields is plus 5%. There's one more that's also plus 5 here. Alright, I just talked myself into conversion. Let's take it. Okay, we're gonna go Purge, because the mod after this is plus burn and ignite damage, which is most certainly a positive effect. Okay, purification. Alright, reflexive shields increase the maximum shields, and every time this pulses, it's going to go towards where I'm pointing, and if we get hit, it will do return damage in the direction of the hit. Reflexive shields is a nice damage source. All right, next up, let's take channeling. Gives us regeneration per armor stack, and armor stack happens on damage, including the self-damage that we're dealing to ourselves each time the lightning bolt procs. Okay, core shielding's a yep, and if we take core shielding, we are ready for Dying Star. We have enough self-damage resisting for that for sure, and Dying Star will give us a much further reach. Self-damage resist right now is at what? 47, 66 on the shield, that's solid. All right, there it is. It's funny, like different than the last run. Last run we were like struggling to find all the pieces we need. And on this run, all of the things have just kind of fallen into place. Now everything's burning big time. What's up, Pinochle? Yeah, it's been the run, Colonel today. Every time I mention them on, it's just there. Life's good right now. To be fair, Hidden Power has a lot less mods in the pool because all of the weapon style mods have been removed as a result of taking Hidden Power, so it is easier to find things, though it's still been pretty exceptional. Should probably start taking some mobility now. Yo, Kaibina, thanks for 117 months. 3 more for a decade. Here's to 117 more indeed. I don't see any reason that won't happen. Let's do it. Oh, that's just how many levels you currently have stored, Colonel Sander. Adrenal module is definitely just raw damage here. It ain't bad. I want Streamline, not Deadly Wake. I'll wait for that. I'll take Adrenal Module. Shield Effect Radius I'm also considering, because Weaponized Shields adds a lot of damage in here. Focus Shields aren't bad either. Yeah. I'm going to grab Shield Effect Radius here. So when you have Sanctuary, Shield Effect Radius does not make the orb bigger. It adds to Shield Effect power at a halved rate. So Siphon deals 120 base damage a second, and then Shield Effect is adding an additional 22.5% base to that. Because it's 12.5 for the Shield Effect Radius, and then the flat 10 for the Shield Effect power. Pretty cost-efficient mod for improving the shield effect. And the shield effect, since we're using Siphon, is more desirable than it was in the last one, because this is replenishing our shields as it damages, so the more damage it deals, the more replenish we get, the better our defense is. Definitely Revelation here. Let's go. I think I'd like Galvanic Outburst 3 times with this. The feel. I think the largest increase in our damage now would be getting down to deflagration, though we're nowhere near needing that. Let's go ahead and take Streamline here for the extra thrust. Get Blink in our pool too. Sorry, Crab Ship, you stood no chance, man. All right, let's take Blink. Having some sort of bailout movement ability is certainly not going to be wrong. Wow, some damages right there, bud. Dang. I'm gonna take focus shields. This just adds even more shield power. Yeah, buddy, Rothos. Cheers to that. There's enough stuff going on in the world. We all deserve a place to relax and enjoy ourselves for a bit. Glad this is it for you. Video games are awesome. Video games have always been, for me, a temporary respite from the stresses of life. Glad we can share that experience. Or streaming games has its own stresses, but I'll say video games continue to be exactly that for me. Just something to enjoy for a while. That's nice. Let's see here. Sir, you're getting roasted. Sirs. Alright, weaponized shield. Add a weaponized shield effect to any shield. Targets with the weaponized shield effect take 20% total damage modified by shield effect power. I believe this is inside of the Siphon Orb. I don't know that for certain, but even if it's not, that means it's around my character then. I'm pretty sure. Things should be taking more damage for that. I haven't actually confirmed that suspicion. I can't imagine that a shield effect like that would not work inside of the Sanctuary. All right, let's start this train. I want the concentrated blast here. I want to improve the damage of the Discord ores to deal blast damage. And as far as I can tell, the increased radius on deflagration is quite minimized, as deflagration is only really effective on enemies that have segments. No, Sanctuary is basically a set size, and set size based on the screen and set movement as well. It does move a little faster the further you are away from it. Well, I guess that is the answer. Okay, ooh, Bravado. Okay, Bravado we're going to take here, because that's going to be well, body gear powers, so we get extra hull and thrust, and then we also get 1.5% shield effect power, 1.5% shield damage resistance, and an additional 3.25% shield effect radius, which gets converted into power. Also, champions and elites drop a little more XP, and this build's very good at killing high HP enemies, so it's a sensible pick on this build. I hate to say Evil Canadian, but from a balance perspective, that really just doesn't make sense. The orb already scales as the playfield scales. So it technically is increasing in size and movement as you play the game. Also, if you have any actual constructive feedback, the beta feedback channel in the Discord for this game would be a good place to leave that, as they're still working on the this update. Concentrated blast or adrenal module. Let's go ahead and take concentrated blast. The sooner we get deflagration, the quicker we scale. Okay, here's Rupture. With the Rupture pick, we now have deflagration in the pool. Nice. Okay, damage is popping right now. It's popping. Wow, where did that 20k tick come from? That had to be the galvanic outburst return damage from that bulwark. That was awesome. Okay, here's deflag. Okay, so now when we ignite stuff, it'll do these little red shock waves when stuff explodes. So anything in a segment is going to pass a massive amount of damage on to the next segment. Great for bulwarks, snakes, any enemies that are in close proximity, which will become increasingly frequent as we continue playing here. Yeah, bulwarks go bye-bye on this one. What I'm going to try to do on this build, instead of take stabilization and the other mods, since we haven't taken slipstream or anything, I'm probably going to try to avoid that tree and maybe just take some more wild mods. See if we can get a little more sustain that way. I do want to keep Blink, though, for sure. My man got roasted. Song's so good. So good. Riptoes, this stream primarily focuses on single-player content. With some exceptions, like maybe chess or backpack battles is technically multiplayer. But, direct one-on-one competition, no thanks. Not on stream anyways. That is what I like to call a can of worms. Alright, let's re-roll this. Oh yeah, we got this tripler right here. Ooh, Maelstrom's interesting. $13K was not a crit, it was a burn stack. Must be hell. I'm gonna roll again. I got a lot of rolls here. Yeah, the burn damage on this build is really, really good. I think Maelstrom would center on the ship. I still think I need to try out. I'm just not a big fan of the Maelstrom mod in general. While it is pretty powerful, The effect is, I think, kind of linear, which isn't necessarily bad, but once you take Maelstrom, your build is a swirl. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be a powerful build. There's not really much room to maneuver around what it became. Man, there's just not much left in this pool right now. It's the truth. I just feel like a transmogrification here. Could also see some pretty nice value on Celestial Lance. I'm going to take Celestial Lance. We're not the quickest ship, but any form of burn damage is more ignite for deflag. And we are moving, so it is causing burn damage. It's on build. Some wild mods I prefer, but I can't afford to give up all my rolls right now. Lame cause I just started streaming is really the answer. I prefer single player content for streaming. There's that old saying that competition brings out the best in people. For me, it's been the exact opposite. I find that competition brings out some of the worst behaviors in people, and as I've gotten older, I've just had much less interest in competitive games in general. That's the truth. There's tons of great single player experiences out there. Let me put it this way. I have 0 people on my Steam's friend list. 0. Alright, 3 times Slipstream's interesting. 3 times Energized Shield's also interesting. Shield effect power increased by current speed. Okay. Oh yeah, we got some good ones, Colonel Sander. Yeah, my original content idea for Lethal Frag, my name, was demonstrating how to throw tech frag grenades in Call of Duty. So I definitely enjoy those type of games, but streaming's a different format. And my content changed a lot when I started streaming and did the tier live stream challenge. For me, multiplayer gaming was not a sustainable format for a stream. That's just me. Huh. This is kind of interesting because it means we're going to get a lot more wild mods offered with our level ups. Probably not better than taking more recursive wild mods, though. Like, 1 of these would be alright. I think 3 is a bit much. My experience taking Energized Shields yesterday and the day before, like early yesterday, was I felt like Energized Shield is going to be amazing, but as far as I could tell, it didn't actually increase the radius on the lightning, and shield cooldown is not the premise of our defense. The shield cooldown is like the very last bailout. We have so much regeneration on the shields, as our shields are getting low, we're probably dead anyways. We die very quickly at that point, so I don't think shield cooldown actually has much of a effect here. But if I don't take Energized Shields or Slipstream or Chaotic Ambition, what wild mod would I actually take? Slipstream into Stabilization seems okay. Okay, Evolutionary Niche, that's a fair suggestion for a 3 times take. That's fair. I'm gonna do a roll here. I'm gonna roll again. Oh, hell yeah. Here we go. 5 levels, you lose all rerolls and can never gain more. Don't care, we just gained 5 levels. That's awesome. Alright, quick restroom break for me, 1 sec. All right, let's see what the tangible benefit of Ataraxia would be here. Okay, 5% global damage and 1% total maximum hull, maximum shields, and thrust per unsprint upgrade point. Okay. That's pretty good. While you have 5 or more unspent upgrade points plus 30% body gear powers. We're never going to make it to 10 or 20, but 5? Okay, we can probably make it to 5. 30% body gear powers would be 3% shield effect power, 3% shield damage resistance. It's hard to make the conversion from shield effect radius into shield effect power with Sanctuary here, or at least it is for me. I think I am going to take Ataraxia, though. This is probably the nicest stat boost we can get out of any possible take here. And then we're not going to upgrade. We're going to hold till we have 5. And I will upgrade if we get to 6 upgrades, or at least look at the screen. The global damage increase from Ataraxia is actually quite nice, though, because right now we're getting 20% global damage off of holding 4 upgrades. And the things that are left in the pool outside of maybe some movement things are, well, they're good. But they're not transformative the way damage is. The only thing I don't like about this is it'd be really unlikely for me to ever get back to the end result of this build. It was like a miraculous find the quantum decoherence into Ataraxia. Yeah, our damage went way up here. Turns out global damage is a 6 stat in this game. Okay. I think I might have almost died there, but luckily for me, almost doesn't count. Okay, we're at 5 upgrades now, so we just got base stats. I just realized that gave us a considerable amount more thrust, too. I wasn't calculating that, but that's another 30 hull and 30 thrust off of the 30% body gear powers, I think. No, actually, body gear powers are not base stats. That's not true. 256 holes, nice though. I don't know, maybe this build could make it to 10 upgrades held at the end. Might be possible. Wow, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Spicy boy Hecky lad. The build. And we're in it now. Yeah, we have a mod called Dying Star must be held, so we're radiating burn damage from the ship, which increases due to a number of factors. Proximity of the enemy. Also, if we're losing hull and shields, the Dying Star increases. It's not quite covering the entire screen here, but it's pretty close. The burn damage is actually quite weak when they're near the edge. The main of our damage is coming from the lightning that's generated and from galvanic outbursts as well for the return damage. The biggest benefit of the Dying Star, which is the damage dealing on the outside, is increasing ignite damage and burn damage. Okay, here we go. 3 times evolutionary niche. This is it. Then we hold. That is actually a disgusting find right here. Wow. I bumped into him on purpose to do the galvanic outburst, and it was good. It was real good. and get roasted. I'm going to look at the upgrade screen when we get to the next level, and if there's something good like Galvanic Outburst, I'll probably take it. So I don't believe we're going to make it to 10 mods, but if there's nothing that's really worth taking, I'll just accept my 5% global damage from Ataraxia. Another Galvanic Outburst would be much more than 5% damage, though. Alright, gonna have to start playing a little bit smarter on these boss waves. We're getting to the point where we're actually taking a decent chunk of damage. Yeah, I feel as if none of these are worth taking versus 5% global damage, so I'm just going to start saving up. I mean, there is the very small possibility we make it to 10 upgrades, and then we get the next level of Ataraxia, which would be 50% total recovery and faster shield cooldown. That would be really good, because that's the rate we're recovering shields with regenerative shields. And 15% is not a small number in that regard. Blammo. Trying to decide right now if I should toggle the auto fire on the orb or not. I think I just need to manually do that on the side mouse button. Some danger to holding down fire because it reduces our recovery rate and also deals self damage. I say the self damage is a much smaller portion of the problem. What's our shield count right now? 259. That's pretty awesome. Am I seeing that right? That the siphon shield is ticking for over 200 per here? Or it looked like it. So the bulwarks, when you zap them like that, it's the best proc of deflagration we're gonna get. So it covers the entire screen in a massive field of damage, because they have so much ignite damage stored in them. Unethical? That's probably true. That's probably true. But hey, man, we're a biomechanical ship in a weird galaxy. We don't have to play by the rules. We just gotta zap them real good. This build is lit. Yes, Master Toast, that was proposed earlier today, and I do think that the stealth ship, like Halo Shield, could be a really cool sanctuary idea. I'm interested in trying that. I think this will be one of the last times I try this build, at least until the update releases, because I am not going to have a build composition that works better than this, because we found that Ataraxia in +5 levels is like almost impossible to find mods that will compete with this build. Not to say we couldn't have a worse build and do better, but this is the tops for this build, I'm pretty sure. Quantum Decoherence into Ataraxia late, so we're getting all this bonus damage and extra stats. One thing that could have maybe escalated this build a little further is instead of the 3x evolutionary niche, if we had a 3x galvanic outburst to get 4 tendrils of lightning for return damage. And it seems like damage is not going to be the issue late game. It's going to be dodging, which is pretty usual for most late game builds. That was quite the noise. The Shredder mines he brought to that fight did not do him any favors. They just proc Galvanic Outburst a bunch. All right, 3 mil. Yikes, dude. Scary, man. No, this is not being played on Annihilation, though. This build is probably Annihilation worthy. I play Annihilation on occasion, but I only take the very best builds into Annihilation. I much prefer the overall feel of Mayhem for the most part. Yo, Rusty Gears, thanks for 51 months. Thank you. I don't know, making 10 levels for Ataraxia here seems possible. Okay, here we go. Spicy. After 3 mils, about the point where the game starts getting really crazy. So we gotta be on edge at all moments. It may be like totally fine for a while, but eventually a series of waves gonna happen that's gonna be really hard to deal with. Usually like a multi-boss wave and a double juggernaut or something like that. It's gonna happen. Yo, Rusty Gears, thanks for that kind message, dude. Congrats on all those new additions to the family. Amazing how life changes in all this time, huh? I'm like a whole different person than I was 12 years ago, in some ways. A lot of ways still the same, but in a lot of ways very different too. Life keeps on moving forward. Woo! Spice. Glad this channel is still a place for you to come and relax and enjoy yourself, Rusty Gears. That's awesome. One of my favorite things to hear. Or read, rather. Solo Mark, we're using the Sanctuary version on the beta branch of the Siphon Shield. Chose Siphon this time for defensive purposes, and it's worked out pretty good. I'm getting hopeful now we're actually going to reach the plus 10 levels here. Could happen. How many wild mods do we have right now? 14, okay. I'm gonna say the waves have been pretty tame comparatively to our last run that made it this far. Doesn't mean it'll stay that way. It could change right now on this wave for all I know. Oh, it's Glaucius. Oh god, that's what I'm talking about. Wow. I thought I died, but in fact, he died. That was a whole ton of galvanic outbursts going off at once. I think the only reason Glaucius died the way he did was I got a huge deflagration on the other enemy that spawned there. That's the only reason it went well. Yeah, it was Kerne. That's the one. Appropriate. That was a little too much damage for comfort there. Stop firing for just a second. Never mind. Let me recover my shield here. Thanks. Okay, we're good. That's some numbers. Okay, this is Sanctuary Hidden Power. Sanctuary is a new rework on the beta branch right now. It's awesome. This is definitely the best version of this build I've made. Some theory crafting to get here, but here we are. Still waiting for the disgusting spawn the game's going to give me. It's going to happen any second now. Yes, we are Coda. If we can reach the 10 Ataraxia level, that could actually carry us into like an even better run. Potentially. Hey, 4 mil. The real build, man. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that then. The XP bar is like barely creeping along here. Yo, we made it here. I'm not going to be grabbing anything. I just want to see what the bonus is again. So at 10 upgrades help, we're at 50% global damage, 10% maximum hull shields and thrust. We get 30% body gear powers, and now we have 15% total recovery and shield cooldown. Awesome. If we miraculously make it to another level upgrade, then I'll spend one. Probably. Seems unlikely with how long the last level took. A little scared here about what's going to spawn. Anytime there's a singularity on the screen, like multi-boss spawns become a really scary idea. This is fine. Oh, he's dead, dude. Anything standing next to a bulwark, once it goes deflag, it's dead. It's dead. Oh, no, no, not more singularity. No, no. At least it's on one side of the screen, I guess. Nice. No. Oh, look at this little guy over here. Little guy. This little guy. He's just a little feller, all right? Just a little feller. Good dodge right there. All right, it's officially new #1 score. Club Destrina, great to see ya. This is the new rework of the Sanctuary Super mod, and it's awesome. A lot of cool builds with this thing, but this one's definitely the best one yet. Where am I? Okay, we're fine. Fine-ish. I'm gonna drop my... Stop firing for a second to get my shield back. Body gear upgrades do affect swarm drones, yes. You're playing on carrier? Absolutely. Basically, anything that's in blue text is affected by body gear upgrades. Maybe best if I can get over here and burn down these mines. I don't really want that minefield on that side. Got my shield back. I did. I got 11 upgrades stockpiled now. I think I'm just going to keep the stats at Ataraxia. We're never going to make 20, but is 5% shield cooldown better than 5% global damage? Probably not. I don't think so. Close to breaking 5 mil here. That's really cool. Yeah, let's check our global damage percent here now. We're breaking over the middle. Global damage total 284%. Wow. That's spicy. Oh, you're not dead? Why not? Why not? Explain yourself. God, this new track is just like so good. Every time my head starts bopping. Every time. Dang it, Pixel Jam. Miles, you're Pixel Jamming. Where am I? Okay, there I am. Here I go. Why did I even hit that? Hubris, that's why. Okay, this singularity position is really tough, so I'm hoping multi-boss don't spawn here. And so far, that's true. I got lucky here. I got lucky. I just got bop backwards here. We're fine. This way is nasty. Ooh. Okay, I got a shield cooldown back. Lucky me. Ooh, lad. damage numbers. Did I die there? I did not die there. Okay, this red's going to be an issue. If I can get my shield cooldown back, we might be okay here. Okay. I get him? Got him. Whew. Okay, still alive. Nice. That was much better on red. Whoa, they're so quick right now. Ooh, I'm almost dead. Okay, hold on. Hold on a minute. Okay, last stand went off. Doesn't mean we have to be out of it yet, but we are. 5.8 mil, our best run by how much? 1.3 million. That was awesome. So we got really lucky there at the end by getting the Decoherence and then Ataraxia. That was awesome. I think that'll be the last time I do that build until the patch goes live officially, but I'm glad we messed with that. I have a few other Sanctuary builds I want to try, including Spectre Sanctuary. I think it'd be interesting with Halo. Really nice. Yep, over 1.3 mil, our best score. Kind of feels like something we could maybe do is actually build this around Ataraxia. Not necessarily hyper boost, but that 10 level up. There's a few things that could be cut here in lieu of Ataraxia, like Bravado could be cut for sure. Reflexive shields in the grand scheme of things is pretty low damage for what's happening. Could probably get away with that Discord, though. That's a tough sell. Worth thinking about. Well, all right, everybody, that was an awesome, awesome stream. Glad we played some more Nova Drift. Glad we tried out that build. We got our best score yesterday ever, 4.5 mil, and today we got 5.8, which is 2 million more than my best score as of 2 days ago. That's cool. It's definitely a very powerful build with Sanctuary, but I find Sanctuary to be... it's really interesting to play with because while you are very powerful, you have to decide when to leave the bubble and when to stay in the bubble. And that's a kind of a very dynamic calculation that's fun to do on the fly. And if you leave the bubble for too long, you lose out on damage and stuff overwhelms you. And if you stay in the bubble too long, stuff overwhelms and damages you. Would recommend trying that build out. I think Siphon was the best for it. Orbital Shield could also be good. It's on the same stat range, actually a little bit higher for shields, and then it has the orbs, which can damage, but more importantly can degenerate enemy projectiles, which in the late game is ultra useful. I wasn't as impressed with Halo's shield for Sanctuary, but I'd be willing to give that another go with possibly Viper Thermal Lance and not the Omni Shield version, or maybe even that Spectre build. But that'll have to wait till the next time we play Nova Drift. Thank you all for the great time, wonderful company, and awesome conversation. Appreciate you all very much. Thanks for hanging out, enjoying this game with me. Be back at it for our 19th day of fragMas tomorrow. Until then, keep it dapper and be good to each other. Frag out. Have a good one.